All right, good morning, everybody. How are we? Afternoon. Watching 70, 75, and 7150 here. All right, it's good morning to you. My name is SageFT. I am the founder and head coach of the live trading desk. Let's go ahead and dive right into this. First thing we're going to look at is we're going to take a look at the range. We need 1.75 points of range expansion to be outside the nearest range of the last 7 days. We're at 45.5 right now. We need 47. 47 quarter. Okay, let's go ahead and go into the El Charto. Consolidation. It's just plain and simple consolidation at all-time highs, right? We're down sharply, like Gareth Soloway posted his Twitter yesterday morning. Market's down sharply. It was down 0.4%. It didn't even break any sort of structure, right? So was it? You know what I mean? Like, come on. Let's think about this, right? So now what we have here is we do have a slight series of lower highs, lower lows. Does it continue that pattern, right? We're starting up, whatever it says, up 24. Okay, up. Oh, market's up sharply. This is exactly, it was down 0.4 it was down 0.42% when he said it's down sharply. Okay. No, it began to be down sharply at the close or after that big slice through, what was it, 63 or something like that. That made it down sharply. So as Gareth Soloway would say, up sharply, S&P up sharply, 0.43%, NQ up sharply, 0.52%. Meh. If you figure you only get 30% of this whole move, you get about 8 points of it, right? And then you figure you only get about half of that per trade at the max, so about 4.5 points. That changes everything, doesn't it? That makes it a little bit different. Right? So now, do we continue this bullish bar because we've hit support 76 times or prior resistance, plausibly becoming support, or does this whole thing fail and break back into this large, big red bar here? We have no inefficient market here. This is completely efficient. Completely efficient, right? We haven't even hit any low-to-low trend lines that are of concern yet. Let's go to the 4-hour chart. Interesting, right? So what do we have here? Well, we've got a triple bottom, quintuple bottom, sextuple bottom, if you will. So how many times does it have to touch it before it breaks, or how many times and if it breaks, which way does it break? Up or down? You guys can hear me, right? Okay. Good. So what we're really watching is this level here, like this. Why isn't there a 4-hour bar that closes in or below this inefficiency here, right? Right here. Look at this. Why is it not? What's with this, right? Is this the actual value of the market? All right, we need Team Green to take control again. Good. Did you guys see Q Pharmaceuticals? I think it was Elijah that called it last Thursday. Look at the ticker symbol CUE, and I believe he called it last Thursday. He said, "Is this a Tudor more?" Yes, and it's up over 100% since he posted that. What a trade! What a trade! What a trade, guys! I'm gonna have to hit the caffeine a little bit early. I am dragging. When I get more than 6 hours of sleep, my body's like, wait, what's going on here? Wait. Watch that. Watch. Right. So I'm gonna crack it. We will still do cheers at 9 a.m. I've been up for exactly 2 hours, so I think it's safe to hit the caffeine. Okay, on the 15-minute chart, what we have is fractal of the upside, but we're coming into the upsloping flat. I know I said upsloping and flat, right? But I mean it at the same time. Upsloping flat 200 simple moving average. I want to remind you on the daily chart, we are consolidating. Nowhere does Mancini, who is the technical and analysis 101 master sensei, nowhere does he say, well, I think this thing's going to fall to 5,500. Look, he will tell you when it's going to collapse. The numbers will show. He'll start giving these weird numbers that are like, let me give you an example. Let's say that we're trading in a 45-point range. Oh, that's what we're doing. Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, perfect, right? So what we're watching is it'll expand range. Okay, and then he'll start giving these crazy targets to the downside, right? Like, and I'm just going to make this up. Don't go in and, look, he said it's bearish. Market's going to collapse next Thursday. That's not what I'm saying. Pay attention. None of you in here are going to do that, but, we have to make it dramatic for the YouTubes, right? For when people watch this back. Because remember, all of these are live. Here's the deal. If you want to go back and watch any of this at any point in time, they're all on file. Just go to the live stream thing on the site, and there they are. He'll tell you some weird thing like, and I'm just making this up, right? Range will expand, but he'll give you a weird number of like 56.48, right? And you're like, that's 120 points away. And then boom, it's at that number. You're like, whoa, right? Okay, back to the 15-minute. This flat 15-minute EMA, SMA, 200 SMA says, relax. Okay, let me show you. In direct relation to when it's sloping, that is completely different. That is a upsloping 200 simple moving average, right? Right now we are flatter than flattest McChris. So it is chop session. Okay. This is where Apex and Top Step and Take Profit Trader and My Funded Futures makes a fortune. Because everybody that loses is trying to call the next big move. Don't do that. Okay. Let's go on. Let's take a look at news before we move forward. This is where this gets kind of important here. Okay, we've got international trade in goods and services at 0830 hours. Okay, now, Bostic at noon 45, 3-year note, meh, but we've got 2 Feds down here. Now, here's where it starts to get even busier. Wednesday, 10-year note auction, 1 p.m. Lock it in, right? You got 2 Feds right before it. You got FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. Big time, all hands on deck. Pay attention. Let's go. Thursday, okay, but here's what's going to happen. They're going to say, all right, well, we've got this out of the way. What we're waiting for next is, right? The stock market is a hurry up and wait game. Okay? CPI, jobless claims, 30 hours. Thursday, but here's the kicker. 30-year bond auction, 1 p.m. on Thursday. Thursday. PPI final demand, Friday morning. These are the numbers we're actually looking for. CPI. Okay, let's take a look. I'm going to read the definition of it. Definition. The CPI is a measure. I can barely read that. The CPI is a measure of the change in the average price level of a fixed basket of goods and services purchased by consumers. Monthly changes in the CPI represent the rate of inflation for the consumer. Annual inflation is also closely watched. Muy importante. Mucho, mucho, mucho. Muy importante. Okay, now, so it's a hurry up and wait type scenario. I'm going to go down one. It's a hurry up and wait type scenario. Okay, but we do have a nice little international trade in goods and services, 30 hours today. I want to remind you, the 10-year and the 30-year auction do move the market if the subscribe levels are not what traders wanted to see or hear. Let's go to the volume profile, shall we? First thing I'm going to look at, double distribution, skew right. Someone's distributing up here. Do they shift the VPOC as this trickles sideways more, and more? Oh, first thing we're going to do is we're going to put the Keltner channels on the 2-minute chart. My apologies. When we're inside the narrowest range of the last 7 trading days, we use the Keltner channels. As of right now, we are inside the narrowest range of the last 7 days. We need 1.75 points of range expansion, either to the upside or the bottom side of this price range that we're in now. All right, so right here, I cannot take a short because I'm at lower Keltner. What I'm going to do is, using the Keltner channels, I'm going to trade to and from the top or bottom Keltner. Okay, like right here. This would be perfect. So what we do is we take the next signal after it bounces, right? We want to trade in direct relation with the 2-minute KISS chart if we're going to use the 2-minute Keltners. Yes, it filters out. Filters out. Some of you are over trading just a little bit. Okay, by a mountain. Some of you are over trading so much that you should probably break one of your mouse fingers so you stop doing it so much. Right? If that's the only cure, right? Just snap that bad boy right in half so it hurts to push it. That'll help. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. For most of you. I'm just kidding, right? David, hey. Okay, let's take a larger look. Let's zoom out on the market profile here. That market profile, volume profile. I apologize. This is not a market profile. This is a volume profile. I don't even know if there's a market profile on NinjaTrader. If there is, let me know. I don't want you guys to have some sort of new shiny object thing, syndrome, though, because we can't afford the time in that, right? All right, now, so the first thing that I see is all of these VPOCs are above us. Bearish. Distribution. There's no other way to look at it, right? This one's weird. This one is really weird because which way would we point this arrow? Well, it flips, right? It flips. Even though it looks skew left, look at the meridian of this thing. It would actually be skew right. As weird as right. So this would be a huge tail, a wick, right? Big old wick, right? If we bring the, okay, we're going to look at we have to look at the daily chart. So if we bring in the daily chart of 3 days ago, of yesterday, you'll see that the volume is very, very thin up here as they tried to trade it Sunday night and it at a higher price and it fails. Okay. I had to articulate that one correctly. I apologize if it got a little tattered there. It is quite a bar to be real, to be on the rizzle. It is quite the bar, right? So obviously our eye is instantly drawn to this right here. So therefore, this is the area we're watching. Good. Now if we slip, obviously if we slip, we're watching here because it is, and I'm going to scoot this over because it lines up with this. All right. Team Gray. I got your Team Gray. Welcome, Team Gray. Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? No. That's for sure. Okay, if we take a look at the 15-minute KISS chart here, chop. I cannot be more clear when I say chop. Okay, let's move on to the next thing that we're going to look at. Oops, that's the wrong button. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to bring in Adam Mancini 4 on Twitter. We're going to go to x.com, folks, and we're going to go to Adam Mancini 4. If it's not 190,000.6 followers or greater, he's following 93 people, it is not the real person. Listen, I'm going to say this, okay? He is not going to Telegram you or have you join a WhatsApp. That's not. 9. Niet. That's a scammer from Africa. Don't believe it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take these levels here. And these are what he calls his technical analysis 101 levels, right? He says this is simple technical analysis 101, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to put these levels on our chart and we're going to trade them just like the pivots. I'm going to do that now. Okay, no change. 60 week. 57.46 equals support. Keeps 73.86 to 88 live. All right, I will put them on my chart now. Slow Charlie. Niall, are you on Slow Charlie yet? Happy October 8th, every single trader. How you doing? Doug Kennedy, welcome to the team. Thank you for the support. We got a new team member, Doug Kennedy. Let's go. Technically, you're not wrong. Technically, Dad. Technically, Dad. Thank you, Doug. Don't listen to Team Gray. Team Gray makes too much money. They're just mad. That's all. They're mad at how much money they make, right? David, don't you have some sort of vacation to plan or something like that? Don't you have some sort of traffic to play in? That's what I tell my kids. Dad, I'm bored. Go play in traffic. I promise you won't be bored. You can't tell your kids to go play in traffic. I just did. I just did. Did you not hear me? Good. Let's go, David. Let's go. Okay, if anyone else is in Florida, you guys need to let us know if you're safe. This looks like a monster. I was watching the news on it this morning. I don't usually watch news, but I take hurricanes very serious. Okay, it's going to move into a Category 5 once it goes off of the shore of the Mexican Peninsula. It's going to move into a Category 5. Okay, and then the storm tracker, and what I was watching was the one where it's all of the different computer models, right? And all of the different computer models are starting to hone in on that middle north of Sarasota band, right? So if that tells you anything. Copy. The rest of us can see that, David, but yep. So if he's just north of Sarasota, that's Sarasota County. That's yep. Yep. We wish you safe travels, my friend. If anyone else is in Florida, please let us know and let us know that you're safe, or if you're not safe. Okay. Please try to go buy. Listen. Go buy a Starlink Mini while you still can. Okay. That way you have internet. Yep. You're going to be right on the southern edge of that. Yep. Good. Okay, good. Go rescue some dogs too, if you would, please. Okay. And if anyone else is in that area, please let us know that you're safe. Please. PSC Westy is in that area as well. She will be just fine, though. She's a very intelligent human. Yeah, they've got a lot of cool things. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, if 60 holds, keep 73, 86, 88. 73. Nothing you can't do. Locked and loaded, baby. David is ex-military. I am not worried about David. I just want him to be safe. And so above the Mancinis, he's got 96.05 and from the other day. So we'll see. We'll see how those play out if we start to grab traction. The daily chart. Let's take a look at the daily. See, okay, so now here's the quagmire for the shorts. Okay, here's where the shorts are the weak player, right? And let me explain what I mean. The algorithms aren't paying attention to all the noise. What they're paying attention to is what's the slope of the moving average and where is price in relation to it. I'm glad you asked. Right now, we are in position one strongly to the upside on the daily chart. The problem is if we were to draw discount premium, we are so far into. That's the wrong one. I'm trying to make it look all fancy. We are so far in premium that like we have to go down 120 points to start even finding the value side of the daily chart, right? So the risk is high of it moving in a certain direction against us. But if you ask me, it would be a liquidity draw if it moved lower below 56.42. So then what we would be looking for is where does it turn around? Okay. What is this one? This is some random line. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. So imagine, not imagine. Okay, imagine it moves right on down here, low to low, beep, it creates the third low and then pushes. That would be in discount. Discount is, very simply put, below the 50% level of any move. So when you hear PD array, right, it sounds fancy, right? Right? Disarray means out of order, right? Array means order or in order, right? So PD array, which would be premium discount array. Let's not make this freaking complicated, ICT. It's below the 50% mark of any swing. Okay, there's the goods and services trade in international trade as in goods as services number just came out. We're high and tight, baby. We're high and tight here. High and tight. So the levels that I'm watching, okay, if we really start to move to the downside, would be the open of this bar. 56.93. Another thing on the daily chart I am watching is the open of this bar here. 84. 84. That was a non-event number if I've ever seen one. I want to remind you, volume is a little bit low. Not terrible, but not right home to mom about. Amigo. So as long as we just chop around, there's nothing for me to trade. There's not really much narrative for me to go upon. So unlike yesterday, if it's chop, I'm gonna stay out. I ended a little red yesterday. And you know me, I don't really lose that much when it goes red or whatever. I just, yeah, I got ahead of myself, and then once it moved, I was already out of the market, right? So next, because the morning kind of chopped me up. But what I do see is high and tight on the 15-minute. Let's pull up the 15-minute real quick because I want to make sure that I am seeing this correctly. This is some high and tight action. High and tight. High and tight, right? So if we were to start to travel back, where would we look to trade? All right, so overnight, and we could slide right back into this here. There's no reason we don't, right? Here's the slider. Look at the perfect buy though. You guys see it? Bam. Any signal here on your 2-minute, you would have entered. Bam. If anyone took it, right? That would have been 3 a.m. Eastern time. I was definitely asleep. I heard my dog bark once at 1:17. That was it. What is position one? No, you're thinking of initial position one. I think you were saying that to yourself, right? Yeah. 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 We're in position one. We are not in initial position one. But the algorithms see it bullish. Up, increasing, up, increasing, up, above, up, above. Position one. We haven't been in initial position one on the daily chart since November of 23, coming up on 11 months, my friend. 11 months. Mr. Pat B. Mr. Pat B. Thanks, whoever that was, dog. This is initial position one. Here you go, sir. Now, is it long in the tooth? Yes, it's extremely long in the tooth, right? And so that's why people are nervous, right? Like, okay, I get it, right? But we are so far away from and it's really weird to say, like 11 months, because there's a lot of people now let's think about the narrative on Twitter, right? The world ends here, the world is ending here, the world is ending here, the world is ending here. Pat B, there's one thing I want to remind you of, my friend. You can only bet on the world ending once and be right. Yeah, the game plan explains that really, really well. TF, that's the assumed part of it. That's the assumed part of it. You can only be right once. And what good is it if you're actually right? You're dead. All right, today my goal is to avoid this chop session and wait for the Claritin. Wait for my pills to kick in. Can't really go outside today. The AQI is over 130. It's disgusting. We've got a nasty fire in the Willamette Valley by Detroit Lake. That is, when the wind blows from the west, it moves it all over here. 60s, you're over under on the 15-minute chart. 66, excuse me. Take a look. Yeah, Pat B, I'm glad you asked that question, because then if you didn't ask the question, you'd still be wondering. And here's the deal. I want to remind everyone, if you have that question, you can't be the only person that's wondering, right? There's all the other traders that there's a lot of traders that might have the same question as you. So it's very, very pertinent to ask those questions. Those questions are pertinent. Guys, chop. English is my first language. Did you guys know that? 4.5 minutes to the this bar closes. Yeah, just over 4.5 minutes. Pretty much. Huh? Mr. Jason, let's go, baby. It's a good morning to you. Chop session, chop fest. We are absolutely watching 3350 as they keep whacking it and coming back to it. Our 8 EMA is perfectly flat as it's moving into the upward sloping 20. Okay, now we kind of have a Joey X here coming in tomorrow or the next day for the moving averages, right? They're going to touch, right? So either we're going to come in and then push, okay, meaning the moving averages, okay, or we're going to come in, just stay sideways, or we're going to come in and that 8's going to slice right through that 20 downwards, and we're going to move down, right? Here's the deal. We don't know which way it's going to go. We don't know which way it's going to go. Let's not guess, right? And if we go back and look at the news, it's going to be a hurry up and wait situation. We have no more news today that is any sort of matter or moving news, right? But tomorrow, okay, we've got the 10-year note at 1 p.m., FOMC at 2 p.m. Okay, Do they pick a direction beforehand or not? Thursday, CPI, jobless claims. This might be the biggest thing yet. And so will PPI, because is it going to show any that these half-point interest rates are starting to work, the half-point cuts? No. You guys see how cheap fast food is getting? Not that we go out and eat it or anything like that, but you guys see what's happening here? What did I just keep in mind what we talked about. Hold on. Lame. I do have a 10 key. Sweet. Yeah, the fast food is dying. And so the first sign of recession is the fast food prices. All the value meals start to become really cool right now. Now here's the deal: if you order a regular value meal, it's going to be $14, which is absolutely out of this freaking world stupid, right? But all of a sudden they have $5 meals and $6 meals. Okay, they're not giving you those discounts because everything is gravy, right? They're giving you those discounts because it's too goddamn expensive to even go eat McDonald's. Not that McDonald's are good. How much is a large fry where you guys live? Where we live, it's like $4.29 for a large fry at McDonald's. That's so stupid, right? That is so stupid. Do you remember when it was $1.79 or something like that, right? People can't afford $5 for a small fry. Yeah, Elijah, you're a show off. So that would make it $8 where you live. So Elijah, it's $8 where you live. So think about how expensive that is. In Chicago, $7 for a small fry. You can take that $7 large fry and shove it up your ass, McDonald's, right? Seriously, like that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And people buy them. They go like this, watch. No, that's just how much it is. No, consumers speak with their dollars. Guys, if you stop buying those fries, okay, put down the fries, some of you, right? Your kids don't need a Happy Meal. They don't. How about you cook for them? Yeah, a large Coke is $1. So yeah, remember they used to be $1, right? So it's up 50%, right? 50%. That's a 50%, and inflation's only 9%. Yeah, fry up a jicama. There you go. I mean, frying is nasty and not good for you anyway, but I'll let you know if I see a trade. I told myself I'm not trading this chop garbage. No, I'll trade something like this. I ain't trying to trade nothing else. Nina, stop. Healthy oils only. If you fry in oil, there's no healthy oils, my friend. That's not how it works. Yeah, it's healthy until you fry it, right? When you change the molecular structure of the oil based upon temperature, oh man. That does sound yummy though. Some fried jicama. Some fried jicama. You guys are silly. All right, we got about 12 minutes till my favorite time of the morning. Yep. Yeah, and honestly, we all know that potatoes are bad for you anyway, right? So if you can avoid potatoes in any sort of starches like that, humans are not supposed to have the starches. Humans aren't supposed to eat the root. Am I right or am I wrong? Now the Irish might disagree with you. Yeah, Rachel. Depends on what part of Europe they're from. Oh shit. All right, VWAP, VPOC 6650. Somebody is loading up and someone's accumulating, someone's distributing. The battle is real. We got the 2-minute completely sideways on the KISS chart. So there's no real advantage to this. What I would like to see is I would like to see narrow state. Okay, let me break out the analog here. Give me 1 second because I had to I actually turned my computer off last night, which I never do. So Ninja survived. Ninja survived me turning it off, which is rare. Okay. Because and we did fix it to where it does work every time. What happened was it was trying to save onto the OneDrive, and I had Seth do it. Right, it wasn't me. I don't. Right. So what we want to do is we want to have narrow state like this. Okay. This is what's happening now. Okay. What we want to see is this, and we want to trade this. Okay. So the thought is we need it to come back into narrow state and then give us the next signal, right? Let's see if we see anything here that gives us that. Like right here. That's beautiful, right? That's that cascade yesterday from the 1 p.m. era. All right, we'll go with era. I am very cautious on longs here. This is chop. Is there any good movies out? How should a steak be cooked? Again, Rachel's going to answer. Depends on who you ask. Does it moo or is it charcoal? Is it blue or is it black? Pat, have you watched the videos, the 10 videos I've put out explaining it yet? Because you've been around long enough that this should be common knowledge to you, my friend. It is weird that you, especially you, are asking these questions. This is initial position 1. You are correct. It would turn right here. It turns into initial position 1 to confirm what you're asking. Yes. And so we want to trade here, right? Right here, right here. All right, we got a super chat from Tad. Team Gray says, Andy, you're not involved in this. Shut up. Folks, they're just kidding, by the way, right? This is their banter. This keeps the chat going, right? YouTube has a weird algorithm, right? It doesn't matter what they're typing in. It's weird, but. Seth, you should have super chatted that. He beat you to it. We got a super chat from Tad that says, correction, you're. Oh, that is too good. Mr. Tad, thank you for the $2 and the $2, baby. Thank you, sir. Team Gray coming through. Team Gray. Everybody, so here's the deal. Those of you that are coming in, you're going, what the hell are these guys doing? Why aren't they trading? Folks, where? Right? And so here's what the losing trader's going to do. Well, I mean, you could have taken this short here. It comes down here, and look at this perfect over here, and you could have shorted this double top. There's a mitigation, and there's a. It's like, what? Back up, slow Charlie. Back up. We are the narrowest range of the last 7 days. We have to respect the Keltner channels first and foremost. Then we go to the KISS chart, and the KISS chart tells us the same thing. Sideways, sideways, sideways. No trade equals monologuing. If I'm monologuing, those of you that are not yet a profitable trader are not trading. I'm not monologuing for shits and giggles, folks. I'm not. Oh, yeah, but Rev, look, it's upticking. Okay. Lose all your money. Yeah, but I won the last one. I got 4 ticks out of the last one. Okay, great. Over 10,000 times. How does that work for you, bud? Go on. I'm sorry. Oh, you don't have data on 10,000 trades. Ah, good. Now we're getting somewhere. Right? The traders that will come in, you'll see them, right? You guys have been around long enough, you're going to be able to point them out yourself, okay? You can tell when someone only has about 50 samples in their sample size. That's why I bash people so hard when they do it, right? What was the last guy? What was his name? Super Sal, 800 points and called it in a different trading room? Folks, those guys are shills. That guy was probably trading a 10-cent account. Okay, he made 3 cents on the trade. Kick rocks, dude. Monkey, just do the push-ups right now, because if you take any sort of trade right here, right now, you better start pushing them up, because there's no trades here. First of all, we need it. Where's the liquidity draw? Where would it be? Not in the middle of this range. I assure you, there is no liquidity draw that is of any sort of meaning right here. Okay, there could be a liquidity draw here, plausibly. There could be a liquidity draw here, plausibly. But notice we're right in the middle of them. Oh, look. To the tick. We're in the middle of them. Look, to the tick. So, those of you that are coin flippers, right? Give me my coin back. There, I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to save you a bunch of money on your car insurance. It's heads. Go ahead and go long. Just go long. Okay. I guarantee you that quarter has better odds of winning than you do. Believe it or not. People go, Well, you can either win or you can lose. No, 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 no. So it's 50-50. How many of you have proven to yourself the hard way? Here's a funny question, but it's very serious. How many of you have proven to yourself the hard way that it's not 50-50 when you take a trade? I'm going to raise my hand. I'm going to type a Y in the chat. Who has proven to themselves monetarily it is not 50-50 at any point in time. It's 3%, right? Right, folks? It's 3% chance that you will win on the trade, not 50. Yeah, but Monte Carlo and everyone is unique and it's different and it's but first of all, there's two different things you have to think about, right? First thing is Monte Carlo is not taking into consideration your guess. The Monte Carlo theory is only saying that if you flip this 1,000 times, okay, it's going to do whatever it's going to do, and each one individually is itself. Then you have to guess which one it is. That changes everything. Oh. That's where the casinos have the edge. You see black 10 times on the roulette wheel. What's the next one going to be? Type it in. If you have black 10 times on the roulette wheel, what's the next one that it's going to be? Type it in. Go on. I'll wait. G-Man's going to say it. Yep, here it comes. Yes. Yes is the answer. Yes is the actual answer. Because not only could they have green, they could have double green, right? At a really shitty casino. They could even have triple green, which would really screw you. That green is what changes all of it. Yeah, but the next one is Monte Carlo, so it's independent of itself. Okay, not only is it independent of itself, your guess is independent of the model of the Monte Carlo theory, proving that it is not 50-50 at any point in time ever. Yeah, but over 100,000 flips of a quarter, it will even itself out. And it can go 9,000 times in a row heads. How many times did you guess tails in that 9,000 times? A lot. This has been a really good conversation. And it's going to be a cheers to ya. Smash them cheers emotes, green, Team Green. Team Gray, type in cheers. Let's go, baby. If you're new, introduce yourself, say hi, wave. It's very nice to see you. Go ahead and grab the game plan over at SageFT.com if you want to find my 100 level trade. Very, very simple explanations, nothing fancy. Okay, that's why we made it so expensive. We made it very expensive for you, so you have the value proposition. It is not $199, right, to watch regurgitated bullshit on a video. It's $70, $79. Okay. The 15-minute tells the whole story. What we're waiting for is a liquidity sweep, grab, dip, draw, dive, dodge. If you can dodge a liquidity grab, you can dodge a ball. Right? We are waiting for an edge test to trade. The upper edge is on the 200 simple. We need to be very, very cognizant of this, right? We've got the 20 and the 200. I got the 51 on there. That 51 EMA would be really, really nice. There's a ton of fair value gaps all the way down this bad boy. The most important one is down here because that's where the draw on liquidity was, right here. Grandpa's muted. That's okay. It doesn't matter. That was a waste. Awkward. Look at the chat going nuts. Maybe I should be muted more often, Elijah. Yeah. Well, woo, man. I just shared the secret. Honestly, I actually did just share the secret to trading. Hey, at least the chat's moving, huh? Good. As Elijah says, this is good. This is good. Oh, man. Yeah, that one was a quiet on wabbits. Look at the range getting smaller and tighter. Ooh, people are getting crushed right here. Hey, if you are one of those people getting crushed right here, and you need to reset your Apex account, use our code. It helps the stream. Smash that like button, hit the subscribe button, turn notifications bell on so you know when we are live. Folks, there's nothing to trade here. Look, if you're trading right here, you're probably not enjoying a long or a short. Every uptick is the next move. Every downtick is the next move. Why? Why? How? Who? What? When? Where? No, what I said was what I said when I was muted, what I said was get a coach. If you're struggling, get a coach. That's actually what I said. But I said it in a different way. If you're wondering why we're not trading right here, get a coach. Like for real. If you're wondering why we're listen to this word, not trading right here, get a coach. Not needs to be your favorite word. Oh, jazz hands. Random side note, because the range is getting even smaller here. Those videos of the I don't even know how to explain it. There's two videos, right, that they do, and they're really funny to me. The first one is they say something like they tell their coworker, their friend, like, hey, I bet you can't stretch your back, move back forward, and put and lift your left leg and go all the way back, right, and do a back bend or whatever they, right, and they go, oh, puppy, right, or the other one the other one he goes, did you know that you can't raise your right hand all the way up and do a squat? Have you guys seen that video? All right, David. Cheers, buddy. We wish you safe travels. Keep us informed. Right in the middle. Nope, not taking it. That's a trap. I am not taking that. Yes, Elijah. Yep. I'll share the videos if I ever find them. I'll put them on my Twitter, but it's really funny. I'm going to put the coaching link out for that one person that's wondering if they should do it. Okay, here's the deal. If you think you need to go to the doctor, you need to go to the doctor. If you think you need a lawyer, you probably need a lawyer, right? If you need help with something, you probably need someone to show you how to help you, right? So think about this. Are you going to be a professional at this, or are you just going to stay in the farm league the rest of your life? It's your choice. Yeah, but I can do this on my own. All right. Okay. Okay. When you are exhausted because doing it on your own just doesn't seem to be working. I'm right here, right now. Now here's the other thing that I want you to think about. If you are only holding yourself accountable to yourself and you are not happy with the results that you are getting from this accountability to yourself, it's time to be held accountable to somebody else. Because here's the deal. When you get on a coaching call with me, you're going to be held accountable to me. Okay? And then we're going to put you in the accountability group after. Okay? But you can't be in Andy's accountability group and be held accountable to other people other than yourself until you're accountable to me first. My traders are accountable to me in the terms of, now I've given you the expectation. Show me the results. Okay, now when I say results, that doesn't mean actual profitability. That's not possible. Okay? If you want to shave 3 to 5 years off of your learning curve, get a coach. And boop, we're on air. Forgot. It's so slow, we're not even getting new Mancinis. It is so slow. Mancini's not even posting new numbers. Look, here's the deal. This is a hurry up and wait. This is where combines and evals go to die, right? Let's take a look at our analog. Where are we at right now? Are we in profit zone, chop zone, or reset zone, folks? Which one are we in? Go on, I'll wait. Type it in. Recognize where we're at and understand that if you take a trade right here, you deserve to lose. Where are we at? Guys, no, the answer is not yes. No. The answer is not yes. Wrong. I'm here to tell you when you're wrong. I'm not here to fluff you. I am not a fluffer. How much do fluffers get paid? Side question. Could you imagine having that job? If you don't know what a fluffer is, don't look. Don't Google it. Okay? Just don't. Right? Tad, correct. Those of you that can't see Tad in his answers, that is correct. Yep. Isaiah, I've asked 3 times. I've posted that 3 times. And see, here's the deal. Here's why I didn't buy it. Tastyworks doesn't let you buy anything under $1, right? So I couldn't enter the trade. And then at $1, it's up 40% from where you said it. Q Pharmaceuticals is up 100%. It's up $1 since Isaiah mentioned it. Isaiah, that is the Tudormore trade. He bought that. He took that trade once I showed him. Now, did you guys get the information that I shared with you about what he posted about bonds? Okay. He said this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as we start to get into these low levels on TLT because people don't understand how bonds actually work, right? So he says the opportunity of a lifetime is in the bonds, TLT. Instead of buying stocks that are up 300, 400, 500% like knuckleheads, you guys should not be doing that. Okay. Stocks have been going up for 14, almost 15 years now. The bonds have taken a haircut of epic proportions. Which one are you supposed to be buying? Income or growth? It's very simple, right? But because most people don't understand how bonds work, they are not purchasing the TLT product, okay? Not only do you get a nice little discount value, right? You're getting paid to hold it. And as the price goes down, you're getting paid more in yield. Now, I ran the scenario of they made the big mistake of lowering interest rates. What if they raise the interest rates back up? Okay, that will make the bonds go down. So his floor is 75. He's saying at 75, it's the value of a lifetime. Okay, let me pull up the chart here. Right, and why? Well, how come we're talking about bonds? Isn't this the ES room? What are we trading? Well, look, it's sloping upwards. Okay, cute, great. Fire away. I'll see you when it's back down at 65 and you're sitting there going, oh, well, and then you're going to go, yeah, but Rev, it's at 70 now. You should have taken it along. I did. Kick rocks. Okay, let's pull it up. Let's look at TLT. Isaiah. Everybody, I want everyone to know that Isaiah called this at 63 cents. Isaiah called this at 63 cents. 68. Does Tasty offer TLT? Good. Whoa. Pre-market 94.48. Our last buy was pretty good, huh? What did we buy? Like, I'm looking at it right now. Oh, this is beautiful. My average price is $87.97. Because I do believe we got 83, didn't we? I can't, somewhere it's not showing me my history, but my average price is $87.97. Okay. This is watch this. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to purchase the bonds because they're paying 31 cents every 30 days, giving us a 4.2% yield. Yeah, that yield's kind of low, Rev. What's it called? It's giving me 6%. Okay, well, take your stocks, okay, and when those slide, you're gonna be like, wow, okay, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Look at the dividends every 30 days. 31.6, 31.3, 31.5, 29.1, 38, 38, 31.2. Every 30 days, it's paying you. Look at the yield as this collapses. Look, your yield just went up 7%. Oh, yeah, but Rev, that stock's going down. Good. Now you're getting how bonds work. Buy it. Right? Oh, no, yeah, but so his thesis, look, his thesis, okay, and I promise you, Nick Tudormore is smarter than myself. I promise you. I promise you. Okay? His thesis is 75 is a once in a lifetime. Okay, so let's put a line at 75. This is a once in a lifetime right here. He says all of his stocks are going to get sold and he's going to be all TLT, heavily TLT at this level here. If they start to raise interest rates back up, he says there's a chance we go to 50. Okay, at 50, it's an even better deal. Oh, we've lost a lot of money in this, but you're getting paid every 30 days. Okay? Once in a lifetime opportunity. 94, we're down 100%. We're down 100%. We're down like 80%. Look at this. Think of all the clowns that are long right here, and they're getting like 1%, 1.5% yield. Because look, at $180, it's the same dividend. Times that by 12, right? 23 cents times 12. Okay, $2.60 on 180 a year? No. Let's do the math, though. $3.70? $3.72 on $95? Yeah, but that could go to zero. If TLT goes to zero, you have a lot more to worry about than the price of TLT. Do you guys understand that? I hope you do. All right, there's your upper Keltner. There's your seller at 69. Someone absorbed the whole thing. 1,330 times. Am I reading that correctly? Yeah. And you guys, and we should all be salivating every time this goes a dollar lower. You buy one more. Look, I'm not saying, okay, I'm just going to buy $6,000 of my $7,000 IRA. Out. No. How about one share? Put your toe in the water. See if you like it. Don't look at the value of it. Oh, it's down $3. Yeah, but it's paid you 63 cents in the 2 months. Okay, and that is in your bank account. Locked in, right? That is locked in. This is income, folks. This is a once in a lifetime. According to Nick Tudormore, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity as this thing goes lower. Okay? We can't just find a stock that's at $5 and it goes to 800. That's not how the stock market works, folks. Oh, yeah, but I love this one. Here's my favorite one. If you would have just bought Microsoft at $1. Shut up. Just stop talking. Okay? You guys have seen every trade that I've taken in the last year and a half in my IRA. There is nothing that I've snuck in there or closed without telling you guys. I close very little in my IRA because I got 20 years till I need the money. Okay? Exactly 20 years, right? 65 and a half or something like that. 60. Yeah, I'll be 47 in 2 months. I forgot how old my wife was the other day. I had to ask her. She looks at me like, are you okay? No, I don't even know what day it is. So look, this is what happens when you lower interest rates when you're not supposed to. Look, this. Look at the yields. Look, it makes it more expensive for people to borrow money. You guys see how this works? Think of yield as inverse, right? This is the inverse. Right? I mean, look, they've gapped this thing. Okay? It's beautiful. This is a thing of beauty, right? Okay. Enough about TLT. Yeah, but Rev, isn't it the opposite of no. No. It's not. It's not the opposite of. It's not. Look at what these guys are putting in here, right? Now think about this like if you're in your IRA, Isaiah has 39 years till he needs that money. Imagine what that's going to build over the next 39 years until he's ready to use that money. Those of you that are young and you're starting to buy these bonds at a once in a come on. This is like the S&P at 800, 900, 1,000. And then it went to 600. No, the world's falling. Woo. It went to 666.71 or something like that. And then, woo, it's at 6,000. Okay, but it's got a much better dividend, right? Much better dividend. And the dividend is a play. This bar, what is this bar doing? And if you're wondering, does this guy trade? I do. I really do trade, but it really is not. This is not where not yet profitable traders win. Because here, let me explain what's going to happen. Not yet profitable traders are going to think that this is the next big move, and they're going to buy the top of it. Then they're going to think that this is the next big move, and they're going to sell the bottom of it. Okay? Prove me wrong. Oh, okay. You don't, Tad, you don't ever have to pull it out. You get enough of them to where it pays you to live in Italy. How many shares do you need to pay to live in Italy at 31 cents a month? It's a very, very simple math equation. It is a very, very simple math equation. Okay. What is it? 2,000 shares? So if we can get 2,000 shares as we come down to 75, that means you're only at about $180,000 in your IRA, and you're living in Italy on $6,000 a month. Right? Yeah, midlife, you definitely came in the middle of the conversation. Back it up. You'll take that taxes thing back out of there. Back up the video. Back up the video. Okay, we got 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Ooh, the Modelo song is on. You guys know that song on the Modelo is Metallica, right? The Modelo commercials. They actually bought two of his songs. Okay, the first one is this one, right? The one that doesn't have the symphony in it, right? And then they also bought the symphony one. There's actually two of the Metallica songs that are in those Modelo commercials. Back to my song. Watching see if they can get the VWAP if they break this tail here. Okay, we're at the 20 simple on the 15 minute. There was a lot of volume, just under 66 and below. Someone bought the farm right at the end of it there. So did they accumulate the distribution down there? And are they giving supply here? You're watching 66.50 over under. Okay, now watching 65.75 as it is the high volume node. So what I'm watching is, are they accumulating this down here or are they distributing it? "13 seconds till this bar closes." Okay, low to low, 63.75, 64. Eight EMA pointed down. And they're going to slap them. They're going to slap both sides, long and short, just got fucking destroyed. Large bid at 64.50. Pretty range bound here. Even though we did go outside the narrowest range the last 7 days, they are range bound. Someone's accumulating 66 and below. You can see it. They love that VPOC. They are excited when it gets to the VPOC. Now, the only thing that we have to worry about is this hole below 56, right? So other than that, they're really trying to slap the buyers, sellers, the late sellers, and the late buyers. Yep. First target. Chop, 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 McChopperson.
Order canceled.
First target. Looks like they've gone back to stalemate, huh? Looks like the sellers are in control. When do they release or when do they accelerate? Watching 69, 70, 50. 68, 50 just from just a second ago. Looks like they're going to run the clock off this one here, right? Just stick it right here, just in this little range. Screw everybody, right? Excuse me. Can they get above 69.50? Second target. Okay, 70 over under by volume. 70 over under by volume. 70s. Okay, there's a huge seller. He bought all you could eat at 437 times at 70 right on the uptick. This is the same thing as 85 the other day here. Let's see what they do with it. Because that had to have been a thank you transaction, right? That had to have been the CME stepping in. Look. Right here. Look at that. That's a total trap. Woo, no. So now, big red bar coming in. Look, this is the same pattern as the other day at 85. Same pattern. Here we go. Down to the downside now. Here we go. Okay. Took a little 2-point scalp there. They're watching 70. Watching 70 here because that's your tape read. Do they have another 437 to sell, or do we not get there, right? Ooh, no. Okay, on the 2-minute chart, you're over under 66.50, 8 seconds. They're going to close it right at it. Watch. Oh, nope, they didn't. Oh, they rat hold them. Ooh, good. They rat hold them. Let's see what they do here. Like, let's see if they give us a direction now. Still watching 70. 70 is my tape read. 70 by 66.50. Here's what I mean by 70 by 66.50. 70, 66.50. Draw your high to high. What do they do with 70? Watch your 70 on the tape. And if it doesn't touch 70 and it fails right here, same thing as that 85 the other day. Crush. 50 points lower. 70 over under. 70-minute abs. Look, they're all scared to print it. Look, they're all scared to hit market up there. Look. And then either it's going to print it and it's going to do the same thing, or it's going to print it and it's going to be 72.50 instantly. One or the other right here. Decision point. Very bearish if we don't print 70 again. There's a lot of volume coming through here. Very, very strong volume. Are they accumulating enough supply? Do they have and here's the deal. If we're going to take this higher, if the keyword is if they're going to take this higher, if they're going to take this higher, boom, you see those stops that got hit? Target hit. 70 target hit. Okay, so now, is this a sweep or not? Sweep or run? I'm going to close my blinds.
Order canceled.
What's the over under, everybody? Does anyone remember the real over under? 77.78. Yeah, bottom. Okay, one tick. Rick stops up. One tick. Seriously? Really? I had a target of 77. It hit 76.75. Are you kidding me right now? Really? Bang! Two left.
Order failed.
Flat. That's a wrap for me, folks. I'm done. That was fun. Questions? Careful. Watch yourself. You're in premium, not discount. Put your stop at 73, Nick. You can be wrong quickly. This is a terrible bar. That's why I got out. And I'm done. I pulled a David A. My work day was complete in 26 minutes. I'm done. No mas. I'm even going to go in. I'm going to put micros on my DOM. Okay. Full disclosure. If I trade again, it's going to be in the micros. Nice trade, Nick. Nice trade, Nick. Get him. I had targets all the way up. I had 5 left. I could have banged it all the way up into the 83 Mancini. Excuse me, 86.88 Mancini. 86.88. 86.88. G-Man, let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. My FOMO is kicking in. That's a beautiful RBI. Are you guys long? You guys, look. The whole room should be long. We should have 160 people long right here, right? 160 people just hit second target. 82.50 is the over-under all-time high. Now, Nick, I want you to realize that you probably just now I have a rough estimate what I think you make per day as a garbage truck driver, right? And I do believe you just made, let's see, 7 points. You just made about $60 less than you make all day. You made the same as taking taxes out. Okay? I want you to think about that. Before you take your next trade, Nick, I want you to think about that. Folks, that is the trade you just waited for. You should have just made all your money on that trade. I told Nick to put a stop at 83, did I not? I can't be any more clear. Look, if it's any clearer, I might as well push the fucking mouse button for you. If this is not clear to you, this is where your coach comes in. 160 people were just supposed to take that trade. Why did you not take it? Go on, I'm listening. Tell me why you didn't take it, right? Tell me how you talked yourself out of the perfect fucking trade. Okay, I bought the sword. You guys saw where I went in, 66s. I peppered that whole damn thing, the whole thing. Bye, 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 bye. I had 9. Hold on, I'll tell you how many I had. I had 11. I had 11. Stop was directly below the low. Not the low of the day, the underneath it here. Okay? I had 11. Yes, I took 2 losing trades before that. Yes, you're reading it correctly. Yep, I did. And I'm still up $2,300. Okay? And now why did I start peppering them in there? Because when that sword formed on just outside narrow range, okay? Hello? 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 Hola, ¿cómo estás? No. No, midlife, no, that's not the rules at all, buddy. No, that was a spitball guess at a rule. No. Nope. Nope. I'm bored now. I don't want to bother you guys, right? I know you guys are still trading because it's perfectly ramped up, right? Can we buy TLT here? Okay, Bitcoin's rallying above 63,000 again. Oh, baby. From 62s to 63s. What's it at now? 63.1. Uh-oh. Andy, look at your removal on your 4-hour BTC. That was the easiest trade. That was the easiest trade. 1-to-1, no problem on the 4-hour. Let me show you guys the trade. Well, if you guys are still long ES, cool. I can't trade up here. It's too far into it, right? G-Man's going for 85. Mancini, 86, 88. Let me pull up the Bitcoin 4-hour. This was the easiest trade in a long time. All right, now, before I draw it, Andy, do you see all 3 rules? Type a Y in the chat if you see all 3 rules. Okay, all 8 rules. Those of you that are wondering what the other 5, that's what the coaching calls for. Do you see the 3, Andy? Let's go! Watching for the drop. Huh? What? Interesting. Hustler, I'm not going to doubt you. You have proven that you are a good trader. I just am wondering why you are looking for a drop. No, I traded the sword, Andy. The sword made me super bullish. Mucho, mucho, mucho toro. Now, who wants me? Okay, type a Y in the chat. Before I draw it, do you see the 3 rules that are completed before I draw it? Type a Y in the chat or type an N in the chat. The other 5 rules that you have to get that are before the 3 that I'm going to give you, you're only going to get them on the one-on-one call. Tell me if you see the other 3 and tell me if you see it before I draw it. Type a Y or an N. I am going to draw it after you guys answer the question. I'm not going to leave you hanging, I promise, because I'm done for the day, right? There's nothing for me to do. I have the micros on my DOM, and I only trade from the DOM. And yes, I'm going to show it to you, but please answer yes or no. Do you see the 3 rules? And we'll give the rules here in a second. It's a yes or no, guys. Type it in. This is more important than looking for the next trade in premium price, right? Those of you that are looking for the next long, stop it. We're in premium no matter what chart you're looking at. Type a Y in the chat or an N in the chat if you see the long on this 4-hour chart based upon removal. Okay? Wow, I left a lot of money on the table. I left another $2,000 on the table. Damn it. That's okay. I still made $2,300. Okay, we're going to have Andy answer this question. Andy, what is the first thing that we're looking at in the terms of the 3, not the first 5 that we get on the coaching call? What's the first one that I showed you? What's rule number 1 that we have to see first? Just number 1. Watch Andy. Watch Andy is my resident now, right? He's still practicing. He's a resident, right? He's still practicing, right? We have to define. Okay, no. That's second. Draw. Draw removal fractal. Draw removal fractal. Okay, now watch. Okay, draw, removal, fractal. Look, here's the deal. This isn't in any other videos. The ICT baggers, ICT, SMC, SMT, Jade Capital, blah, 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 blah. No. You're not going to see that in any of this. This is my trade. Watch. Clip. All right, traders, what I'm going to show you here is the absolute fandango. We're going to use the Bitcoin 4-hour chart as our example. Okay, so there's 3 things that we have to be able to define. Okay, the first thing that we have to be able to define is where is the draw on liquidity? Okay, here's the draw on liquidity. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing that we have to do is we have to find where could the exhaustion bar be. First thing is draw. I don't know how to do the typing on this one. Text. Okay, number 1. Draw on lick. Number 2. Oh, this works really good. Number 2. Removal of exhaustion bar. Number 3. Fractal. 8 EMA crossing the 20 at the same time as price, turning it into the direction of the 8 EMA and price. Okay? Boom. Okay. Number 2. Here's the exhaustion bar. How do we know that's the exhaustion bar? How do we know it's the exhaustion bar? Because the green shows it. We don't, this could be another ignition bar for all we know, and they do a run on liquidity. This is a draw on liquidity. It's actually called a sweep, right? Sweep is where the bars don't close below, right? So grab would be you have a bar close, little to no follow through, push. This is a sweep, right? Now look, here's the deal. This isn't some ICT bullshit, okay? He just has different weird names for it, right? But because all of you guys watch the videos, and so we're just going to use the common terms, okay? Number 2, removal of the exhaustion bar. Perfect. That gives us the box. Okay, number 3. Hold on, I want to make sure I draw this correctly so you guys, so this can be a video, right? Draw on lick. Removal box showing exhaustion. The third one is the most important one. That is that's the filter of the entire trade. Here. Okay. So the first thing that we have to do is we have to find, you identify where they could find removal of exhaustion, right? So Andy was not wrong. It's just we have to look for the draw on liquidity before that happens, right? So the first thing we look for is where could they draw on the exhaustion. So Andy, you're not wrong. It's just we have to frame it correctly, right? So the first thing that we're looking for is where's the draw on liquidity? Look, that could have been all the way down here, anywhere, right? But it's not exhaustion until the green bars remove this bar. That becomes exhaustion. So then you go long here. All right, that's how you do it, right? Look, you guys are probably waiting for more of an explanation. Practice. Repetitions, right? Get that muscle memory going with the repetitions. Boom, 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 boom. Right? The only way you're going to work your way out of this is repetition, right? Hustler for life. Did you catch some of this short that you were waiting for? You are brave, my friend. I don't see it. If you got it, you got it. Cool. Okay. But this is the example. This is the absolute nuts. This is the nuts, right? So just go back and look at anywhere, and you'll see this pattern 1,000 times. Do you see it? Hold on. You see it? Here's the draw. Okay, look, identify where they could exhaust, right? So that's, I guess we could change that around if we want to, right? But it's only identifying it, right? Here's the draw, right? Very shallow draw, right? Because it's starting to set up, right? Now, obviously, there's 5 things that go before this, right? You guys know what they are. Okay. Your one-on-one call, I'm going to explain what these first 5 things are. After you can identify these first 5 things, then we go into where's the draw, where's the removal, where's the fractal. Okay. So now look. Oh, this works perfectly, right? Now it's a little bit different because you have a larger box, right? So the first box would be drawn here. So boom, right? But then, okay, here's the draw box. Okay, but now watch this. You can go like this. Because look. Wow, huh? Ready? Let's draw it again. Okay, let's draw it. Here, this is possible exhaustion bar. Possible, right? We don't know it until it exhausts, right? So first thing we're looking for is, okay, is this the exhaustion bar? And remember, we don't know, right? It has to tell us. So first thing we do is identify the exhaustion bar, find the draw on liquidity. There's number 1. Here's the draw on liquidity. Here's the draw on liquidity. Okay. See it? Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we can debate that whether it's 4 or 3. The first thing, but see, we can't identify the exhaustion bar until it's been exhausted. So that's the hard part about saying, okay, identify the possible. I mean, here's the deal. We could say rule number 1 is identify where we could possibly exhaust, right? I'm going to give you the merit on that one, right? So that is the thought. But the first thing we actually have to find is where's the draw on liquidity, right? That's the most important thing because that separates, right? Because there's a lot of these bars, right? We could say that this is exhaustion, right? But there's no proof of it, right? Bill, that answer is that's the last thing we look at in the game plan. Yes. No, you're not wrong. That's a perfect move right back into the fair value gap, isn't it? Look at this. Okay, so is this also the breaker block? So is this a unicorn? Oh, it is. It is. It is. It is. It is. Okay, so I'm going to take it in the micros.
Order submitted. Order filled.
And here's the deal. I don't care if I'm wrong.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
I don't know if I have the right stop. Stop's supposed to be right underneath the fair value gap, right? Okay. Here. That's a sword.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
May have missed my window at 74.50. I'm in the micros, folks. I'm not giving back. I'm not giving back what I just made. There's no way that's happening. $74.50 was the entry.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order canceled.
Mancini 86-88. Remember, the over-under over the last 2 weeks is 77-78. Don't forget that. Decision point right here. Twisting, turning through the never. All it is, one tick Rick. We're all playing the same game. One tick Rick, baby. Okay, canceling ads.
Cancelled.
73.75 stop. That means I have 3 ticks of risk in this trade. 74.50 is the entry. No guessing, hustler. $75.75 stop. It went 1 tick from my target. Now here's the deal. I don't know if I'm supposed to move my stop up or not. I'm moving my stop up. Let's go, hustler. $6.25 stop. Free trade. It went 1 tick from my target. Now they're just juicing the late longs now. And yes, this is absolutely a unicorn. Fair value gap inside of a breaker block. 100%. The question is, do they stop me out before it goes up? The answer is yes, they're going to. Because they know that everybody's playing the same game, right? They know that our stops are down there. They know that our target is 80.75, folks. If you think that they don't, right? And it's not that they can see our orders, right? It's not that everyone can just see this order. This is on the CME, right? Okay. It's the fact that over 50,000 trades, they know the average of where everybody has their orders, right? Over 50,000, 100,000, 200. He shoots, he scores. 1 left. Let's go. That's a unicorn. That is a unicorn. I'm not going to explain what it is. It's a fair value gap inside of a breaker block. Okay? Do your homework. Right? Now, let me explain this in human terms instead of ICT bagger nonsense bullshit, right? It's an inverted head and shoulders that has a wonky right shoulder. There, I said it. Big whoop. Want to fight about it? So what? It's a wonky right hand, head and shoulders. The right shoulder comes off of the broken order block. AKA neckline of the left shoulder. That's funny. I said shoulder and Metallica said shoulders at the same time. All right, moving my stop to 76.25. Oh, it's already there. Good. Okay, 76.50 stop. Locking them in, folks. No, Lexi. Great job. Let's go, Lexi. You keep quiet. I know what you're doing. Yeah. When you're quiet, I know what you're doing. Good, 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 good. Target is Mancini, guys. 85.75 for me. I'll be right back. I'm going to go talk to the wife. Who cares if this trade hits my stop? Who cares if it hits my target? It's just another trade. There's going to be 10,000 more trades coming down the turnpike. If you miss this trade, okay, if it's not your 100 level trade, right, what you're doing is you're opening up the simulator and you're just hitting the button because you have no idea what you're doing. You're just hitting the button and getting the data, okay? Now, could this stop be at the wrong spot? It could, but it's going to stop me into profit, right? Right back. That's a lot of green bars. Hustler, 86, 88 Mancini, Prior 83, 82.50 over under all time high. Notice we printed it and then failed back into the inefficiency in the market, right? So now 82.50 over under, not just because it's the prior swing high, but it's because it's really the prior swing all time high. Yeah, OTE would be about 75, right? If you draw, right? So when I say OTE, folks, hold on, let me make sure this stays on the top. Okay. So when I say OTE, okay, here's what I mean. Okay, you want to be on the retracement of your 61.8 and your 78.6 or whatever that is, 778, whatever. Comes out to 21% and a 38% pullback. Okay, so you'd look for longs around here and plausibly down here. Okay. And the way that, and if you think about it, right, Ryan, if my stop is 76.50 and you're looking for 75, right, that lines up, right? That would be sell side lick. Perfect. Perfect. Ooh, he shoots, he scores. Flat. Let's go. Bang. Woo. That's a spicy meatball. Let's, did somebody get their stop hit? Whoops. Golf clap. Ryan, let's go. Let's spam the big floating head, everybody. Let's get it. Let's spam the big floating head. There's no way. Test, fund, Lambo. Oh, if you're not a member, you can't spam the floating head. You're more than welcome to fix that. We've got 3 tiers, right? We've got first tier, second tier, third tier. It just depends on how much you want to support the stream. Those of you that are making a killing off of my narration, please feel free to upgrade your membership to the top tier. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Now that's a fucking trade. That, look. This, here, we could put this, I bet you we gained 20 new people off of this tweet. And we're going to introduce hashtag ICTbagger to x.com, shall we? Let's go ahead. Let me create this, okay? And then what we're going to do is we're going to have everybody in here. We're going to go like this post, and we're going to grab some ICT people so they can see how it really works, right? Real trading, not no bullshit, right? Here we go. Okay. What I'd like everybody to do to help us out tremendously is I'd like you guys to like this and share this. That is the only thing that I ask of you today. Like this and share this. That's the only thing I ask of you. Besides hitting the like button, subscribe, turn the notifications bell on to know when we are live. Oh, I forgot one tag. Hold on. I forgot two. There you go. Now, let's go back and let's review the narrative, right? Like, folks, you have to understand, this wasn't just a trade on the 2-minute chart. Where did we start the morning? What chart did I start on? Did I start on the 2-minute or did I start on the daily? Okay, and what was the narrative on the daily? Right? So narrative on the daily runs right into the narrative on the 4-hour chart of, hold on, we couldn't close below this inefficiency in the market, also known as a fair value gap. You got a large offer at 5,800. Man, I left a lot on the table. I bought in at 66, 11 deep at 66. I could have kept this thing. Oh my goodness. You're making me hungry, Andy. Hungry for carbs. See? All right, so now, what, Andy? Ready? Do you see it? This is the 4-hour chart. Before I draw it, everybody, before I draw it, type a Y in the chat. Tell me Y or N. Do you see what I'm about to draw? What are the 3 rules? Before I draw it. Okay. Now remember, we don't know if these are going to win or lose ever. Okay. But here's what we know. We have a draw on liquidity. So if we have a draw on liquidity, the first thing we're looking for is there a removal possible behind it? Let's answer that now. O3. There's no way we get to O3. Now, could this 4-hour take another, 3 days to get there? Sure. Yeah. I mean, to think that it's just going to go straight to O3 is naive. It's foolish, right? So if you think about it, right? Okay, here's the test boundaries, right? So what do we do? Over under 73. Clear, right? Beautiful, 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 right? Let's go, hustler. You must be trading a really small time frame. What are you entering on? Because I mean, it. Do you guys see it on the 15-minute? Okay, before I draw it, do you see it? Type a Y in the chat before I even draw this thing. Look, we know that on the 4-hour chart, they couldn't get it to close below that fair value gap, aka that inefficiency right there that we have drawn. Do you see what I'm about to draw before I draw it? Now, obviously, we saw it on the 4-hour, but it's even clearer on the 15-minute. Okay? No, it's actually not clear on the 4-hour. What am I talking about? It's not clear at all. But do you see it? Okay, so now, first thing we're looking for is draw of liquidity. Okay, and once we see the draw on liquidity, can we find where they would remove the removal, right? So there's two of them. There's two of them, right? So the first one, ready? Here's the first one. Why is it doing that? What the hell? No, this one. Okay, here comes the second one. Ready? Because it's going to give you a nasty target. Ready? Here we go. Here's the second one. Okay, so that would put that target at 91. Look at that. Right into the fair value gap that's right above it. Ooh! Let me draw this over here. 63.75. Okay, see it? Nailed it. Look, nailed it. It starts with this. Well, see, this is the quagmire. Andy and I will confer on this, right? We have to identify where it could possibly be a removal, right? A exhaustion level. We don't know that it's an exhaustion level until the green removes it. So if green removes it here at 63.75, your stop is right here at 36.50. 27-point stop. That's not the point. That's not the point. You're not going to trade with a 27-point stop. That's more than risk would allow. So how do you get in? Good. You got to wait for the bar to close above, right? So you got two chances to get in. Look at this. It gives you two chances. Look. And it gives you the chance. Look. Right inside of a fair value gap underneath the gap. Oh, sweet mercy in the morning, folks. Are you seeing this? Boom. 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 And then look at what happens every time it comes down here. Touch. Whack. 91. Unreal. Ooh. Elijah will have to oversee that. That will give Elijah a lot of work. Elijah is not the editor, but Elijah would have to oversee it. Copy that. I assumed you were going to say the 1 minute. See, now let me explain why I don't use the 1 minute or the 3 minute. My brain speed is on the 2 minute. My brain speed, right? My brain speed. Okay, if you're not sure what your brain speed is, this is where you get a coach. This is where you get a coach. If you're tired of losing, this is where you get a coach. If you're tired of guessing, you get a coach. If you didn't get any of this trade, you get your coach. You get with me. Okay. Okay, folks, I'm exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. All right, so now this fair value gap is very, very important. Do they close above 91.20 pibe? Those are great notes, Lexi. Oh, I forgot I still have a call open. Oh, expires the 18th. We have time to get to 5,900 on the 18th, right? Okay, high level narrative. Oh, okay. Yeah, Elijah, there's a message, there's an email on contact at Sage from Ted. Let's get him scheduled off peak times. We got you, fam. I don't see the contact ones as much, Ted. Okay. Well, we're in that weird spot, Andy, where we have it all circled up over here, right? So, look at that, to the tick. 95, Andy. 95 and 99.75. Excuse me. 95 and 5,800 even. Great question. Great question. And it's real thin above there. Then it just gaps. Ooh, this is spicy. This is spicy meatball. So that's why we got to 95 is the high. Oh, man. Is the exact high 95? Oh, man. Look at that. Okay. 95 over under. Yeah, neither was I. Yeah, no, but I mean, good eye, batter. You know what I mean? So watch your 95s, watch your OOs. Pretty thin on this. Pretty thin on this. This is interesting, folks. This is interesting. You have another RBI on the 15-minute. Another one. Watching 9 deuce. Sitting at R1 now. R1 is 90.50. G-Man, did you hold to 85 or did you get out early? Okay, let's go ahead and put the poll in there. Are you green or red today? Let me know. If you're red, have you figured out why? Do you know what you did wrong? Were you trying to be right? Okay, if you're red today, on a day like today, this is where you go ahead and get the coach. Wow, look at them. Look at that move. Andy, my DOM doesn't skip a beat since I took the indicators off. If you have indicators on your DOM and you notice that when there's a high volume or low liquidity level and it moves quickly and you see it lock up, just remove the indicators from the DOM. Isaiah, I'm not worried about you, buddy. You are now the last person I worry about. Keep trying to text my wife that I'm starving. Hold on, everybody. You do have an RBI on the 15. It is rather Teutschner, except you're running right into R1. What a day, folks. Let's get it. Easy money was made. 82% green. No, wait a minute. That means we almost all of us followed the 15-minute KISS chart and the 2-minute. There's no way. There's no way. Come on, everybody, vote, please. Let's get 100 and something votes up in this biatch. Come on, vote it up, vote it up, vote it up, up, up. Good, Isaiah. Good. Good, good. But do you see that word that you need to remove, my friend? There's one word in there that if you change that word, do you see it? No, that's green. Let's go. That's what kept you out of that trade, my friend. Either you were in process or you were not in process. There's no feeling about it. The feeling makes you move your stop. The feeling makes you not click the button. Great job, though, right? Great job. Now that we're recognizing what's happening here, awesome. Everybody be careful. 90-50 is your S1. Okay, 10:16 a.m. color change between the moving averages. Let's take a look at Al's trade. 10:16 a.m. Abso-frickin-lutely it is. Absolutely. This whole thing right here. Yep. So on NinjaTrader, it's 10:18. Just so you guys know, 10:18, 10:20. Al, are you on NinjaTrader? NinjaTrader does the end of the close of it as the time. All the other platforms do the open of the bar. Yeah, absolutely though. And folks, he's looking at right here. And yes, 100%. Okay, now Al, on top of it's a unicorn, which wins 90%. What is it? 91% of the time? And no, I'm not going to make a video on it. There's a million people that can explain it better than myself. The easiest way to explain a unicorn, it's a wonky head and shoulders where your right it's like Quasimodo, right? I'm going to be backwards, right? So watch this. Okay, folks, this is a breaker block. Okay, this is a breaker block. Okay, your fair value gap has to be in the neckline. Okay, or neckline. Sorry, neckline. This side. No more trades for me, folks. No more. Not even in the micros. That would be out of process. All those trades I took were in process. I took 2 losers too. I was down 800 at one point. Look at your 15-minute. Shorts could get slaughtered. We are only 30 points from the all-time high. 40. My maths is bad. 40 points from the all-time high. Winners never lose and losers never win. Decide if you're going to be one or the other with your trading. Peace out and cheers. Let's go. That's going to be Tad's 10th super chat. Thank you for the $5, Tad. Love you, brother. Absolutely fantastic job. Let's go. Look at this. Look at every time they go up into this fair value gap, they are eating it. You see it? Bullish. Right. Don't try to make all these fancy labels and names and stuff, right? A fair value gap is an inefficiency in the market. A fair value gap is an inefficiency in the market. S&P doesn't like to be inefficient, so it closes the inefficiencies. Folks, I will be killing this stream in exactly, let me do my math, 49 minutes and 7 seconds. I am exhausted. I am spent. That was a big trade. Yeah, I have 90-50. Yep. Dennis, how you doing today, buddy? I know you're doing good pre-market. Make sure you like that tweet. Like and share that tweet, folks. I want all of you to remember okay, when there's 10,000 people in here, which there will be, no doubt in my mind. Remember where you were when there was less than 200 people. Just remember that, right? Now, if you want to have the odds stacked in your favor of longevity, this is where you get a coach, right? You tell yourself, I'm not taking any more stop outs. I'm not trading one more. I am not resetting my eval accounts one more time until I talk to my coach. Okay, most of you should be saying that to yourself. 97% of traders lose. It's not 93%. We have an 83% green right now. What is that telling you? Here, those of you that are new, most of the people in this room have had a one-on-one call with me. I've done 356 first calls. So most of those people are in this room. That's why you see an 83, 81% green. Okay. If you're red and you're pissed off and you just are like, what in the hell? This is where you go, okay, I'm throwing my hands in the air. I'm going to submit to the learning curve and I'm going to get a coach. And my coach is going to show me how to do this. This is the only way. Andy, look at how well your DOM works right now. Did you see that flurry? You see it? That would have locked my computer up. That 87, blah, 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 that right there would have just locked my computer up. Not even a blink. Thank you, baby. Ooh, sausage for breakfast? Looks like a hot dog. Let's go. Love it. Love it. Oh, that smells so good. So I've got a cheddar jalapeno bratwurst, 2 eggs, and some white toast. My wife's amazing. Giggity. See why there's no more longs up here? It kept hitting that 90-50. Look what it looks like on the 15-minute chart with the pivots. Look at this. Look at it. Can't close above the pivot. That gives you a red flag. Hold the farm, folks. Hold the farm, right? They just slapped all of the RBI players because they didn't take the first RBI. This is the actual, is that the right one? This is the actual RBI, right? And then so your stop would be here, right? So it would look like this. Okay. What a day. Great job, everybody. 82% of us are green. I haven't looked at how many votes it is. It doesn't matter. This is absolutely Deutschna. 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 Good job, guys and ladies. And guy ladies and lady guys. Good job. Look at him just hovering this 86, 88. What does he have above there? Is there a new Mance? There is. There is. No. I do believe 90. Hold on. What did I say it was earlier? 96. 9605. I do believe it's 9605 10 23 30. Well, 15 in there, obviously, because it's still drawn, right? Question. On the RBI at 958, I didn't take it because there was more wick than body. Oh, when it closes. Let it prove itself. Great question. Yep, that's what I was looking at too. This bar has to close first. This is the one of the RBIs where, you know, that dip puts the stop in. So then your trade. That's why I drew it, Isaiah. That's why I drew it here. Okay, not here on this bar, right? Because this bar isn't created, right? This tail is not created yet, or may not have been created yet if you would have went long, right? So on this type of thing, and it's a 15-minute, so then you drill down into the 2-minute, try to find your entry. But if you were to just take it based upon this chart, you'd wait for this bar to close. That's a wonderful question. This is one of those ones where you may not have gotten filled, right? Because it could just gap and run on you. Great question. Note his question, traders. Great question. Yeah, you got something here, Nick. Stops down. You don't want this thing to go green. Great question on the RBI, Isaiah. Did that answer your question, my friend? And remember, this is one of those ones, either it fills you or it doesn't. But see, now, here's the nugget. Isaiah, it's such a good trade that it only gave you inches to get in. Everyone was waiting for the same thing, because look at what this would look like. If we go to 1030, okay, let's look at between 1015 and 1045. Let's take a look at that on the 2-minute chart, because you'll see that everybody's fighting for that price. Oh, yeah, see, right here. Now, this is where the unicorn comes in. This unicorn entry on the 2-minute was based upon the 15-minute RBI. Here, get this. Right? On the 2-minute, you have the perfect unicorn that gives the bottom of the 15-minute RBI stop, and then it's created. Absolutely wonderful. So if we bring this 15-minute back over, look at it now. Ah, beautiful, right? Beautiful, right? We get this push, fail, okay, which gives you the order block, right? Here, order block, highest closing bar in the series. Everybody write this down. Order block, highest or lowest closing bar in your series. Order block. What is a breaker block? Okay, the removal. Everybody write this down. This is even more important. A breaker block is the removal of an order block. This is going to be worth the video all today, right here, right now. Are you ready for the next part of this? Isaiah, tell me when you're ready. I know you're writing it down. Look, here, hold on. Pause. I want to explain something. A good student follows the term slant. Slant, S-L-A-N-T. And here's how it goes. And here's why Isaiah is winning and you're not. I'm not here to sugarcoat this shit. Slant. Sit in forward, lean front, sit in front, lean forward, ask questions, nod your head, and take notes. I'm going to say it again. Slant, S-L-A-N-T. Sit in front, lean forward, ask questions, nod your head, and take notes. Okay, now back to what we were talking about. An order block that gets broken could become a breaker block. So a breaker block is a wonky, in this case, inverted head and shoulders, right? Your right shoulder on an inverted head and shoulders is going to be higher than your left. So if the order block breaks, it becomes a breaker block, and we're looking to see if it comes in and comes out of it. Write this down. A unicorn is an FVG inside a breaker block. I just saved you 17 hours of having to listen to Michael Huddlespith's nasty, stupid voice. I just saved you 17 hours of it. A unicorn is a fair value gap inside a breaker block. A breaker block is an order block that broke. Let me get a Y in the chat if you heard what I said. It doesn't mean you understand it. I just want to know that you heard it, okay? And here's the deal. You guys need to clip what I just said and play it back, because it'll make a lot more sense if you hear it 5, 6, 7 times. And then go back and look at it, right? Now, what does that have to do with all of Rev's 100 level trades, blah, 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 blah? Al gave you the answer. The 1018, 1020 bar was go time. I have it circled here. This is where your 100 level trade comes in, and you can get the smallest stop size. This is where we play. Okay? The confirmation is this. The wonky, inverted head and shoulders. We would allow that to slip by, except for that last word, mid. So if you want to type it in again without that last word, it'll slide by. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 people out of 150 people heard what I said. It didn't mean you caught what I said. It means you just heard what I said. Okay, where's the other 140 people? I don't even know how many people are in here. I don't care. Not listening, away from the keyboard, already made money, pissed off because they just lost their account and they got to play it back again, right? Let me ask you a question. Are we in another unicorn? Based upon what I just said, are we in another unicorn? Is it plausible that we could be in another unicorn? You guys are thinking about it like, let me see. Where's the breaker block, order block? Wait, what? No. Okay. Order block is the highest closing bar. If an order block breaks, it becomes a plausible breaker block. Let's draw it. So the first thing we have to do is we have to define the order block. Here's the order block. Okay. Here's the order block. It's actually really small. It's way up here. Ready? Look. Did anyone buy 82, 83 area? 60-hour trader says yes. Golf clap. Ryan got his 75s. No, he didn't. No, he didn't, because I didn't get stopped out. Oh, that's right. Protein break. Now, I'm going to warn you, I'm going to be extremely dangerous when it comes to this stuff now. Now that I see it in real time, here's the deal. We have to know what the enemy's doing at all times, right? Well, how come this guy's talking about fair value gaps and stuff? Because we have to know what the enemy's doing at all times. The best defense is a good offense, right? If you have a crappy defense, your front line better take care of it. Yeah, I'm talking American football, English football. It doesn't matter. Okay. That would be a really good short, Elijah. That unicorn explanation. There's that gap. There's the CME runner. Look at it. Look at it. There's our pattern. Look right here. Boom. Gap. Look, here's the CME. There's the liquidity. The market maker has to come in or they lose their market maker status. Look, he has to stop the liquidity draw. He has to provide liquidity. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Boom. Gap. Stop. We should call that the gap stop. I apologize for the chewing. It caught me with a mouthful of food. This is a very strong pattern. They might dip this a little bit lower. Be careful. This is a CME for 2,300 right here. He had no choice. He had to stop the gap because here's why this happens. Let me explain. They can sell the futures without the stocks falling. So if the spread between it's called $PREM. If you're in TradeStation, $PREM. It's the spread between the cash value and the futures contract. Ah, good. So if you have a gap, let's say the SPY, which is not really what we would be talking about. Let's say the cash price is still at 87 and they have an 85 print on the ES. The liquidity algorithm has to come in and absorb as a market maker. It doesn't matter if the market's going to go 200 points lower. He has to buy this lick. Okay? This is a beautiful example of it. See, now they have to come back and fill it in. They have to fill the inefficiency in the market. You guys see it? Play this back right now if you didn't catch what I'm saying. You're going to see this pattern happen so many times throughout the week that it is something you have to lock in. They could take this lower. Right? Andy, yes. Yes. And the definition of a market maker, Andy, is to make the market by charter. They sign an agreement that says, I will provide liquidity at any price, any cost. Because the odds of them winning are very high because they're liquidity at all points. I do believe if you're a market maker and you don't provide liquidity, they don't keep you around. Clip that. They have no commissions. They have no fees. So it is a zero-sum game for them. Right? And those guys are going for pennies. I hope you guys understand. Well, they're quarters, right? Just because that guy bought exactly 2,700 contracts or whatever the number is, right? He could have unloaded them so let's say he bought 85. Okay, he could have been the liquidity at 85 quarter, 85 half on the way up. Do you see it? He could have been the liquidity all the way up, quarter, and he made a fortune. Do you guys not understand the law of large numbers? Woo! Let's go. He could have been flat by now. Sorry for the mouthful of food. Correct. He would be the liquidity on the way up. He would be the offer on the way up as the market maker. Ryan, yes. This has been the best educational day in this room in 2 or 3 or 4 months. You guys need to watch this video back as your review tonight for your homework. Who's going to do that? Let me see a show of hands. Who's going to watch this back? Because I just spit knowledge for every single person. All right, Nick, if you trade again, you're going to get banned. Mods? Kiss chart's bullish. Remember, 95 and 00 are your mark on your volume profile from the other day before it dropped. Mods, ban him if he takes another trade. If he even looks at another trade and mentions it, he gets the old timeout. All right, everybody, we're going to end the poll. This is going to be right up there with, this is 1 point off the highest one. If I could vote, here, I can vote from Sage. Somebody tip that over to 85% so we can match the record. Damn it. There we go. Okay, we're going to end the poll. Hey, stop. There we go. Ending the poll quick. Oh, we're going to tie the record for the most green yet. Here we go, everybody. 72 votes, 84% green, 15% red. That is a very, very high number. Those of you that are in the 15%, make sure you get with your coach to figure this out. Make sure you get with your coach to figure this out. I forgot a camera's not on. Sorry about that. Great job, everybody. Hashtag winning. Hashtag ICT. Hashtag ICT baggers. This is our hashtag ICT baggers. We're going to make it a thing. We're going to make it a thing. Oh yeah, there's there's some stuff below us. So everybody be careful, right? Please, please be careful. Joey's ready. Westy, are you safe? And Westy, watch this one again. Joey, what's up, buddy? Got about 23 minutes left of the stream, folks. I'm absolutely exhausted. I left it all on the field for you today. I have not another trade in me. I cannot concentrate any more than I did today. Absolutely fantastic trading. Let's go, Joey. Get that thing out of there before it costs you money. Joey, hold off on another flip unless you get it for that value. If you don't get it for that value, don't do it again. Home prices down are down about 20, 30% here already. If Joey, here in Bend, Oregon, which is one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, one of the most desirable places to live. Okay, if you have a street that has 20 houses on it, 1.8 of them are for sale. On average. Sometimes as high as 3. Now, that flip that you're doing, you did get about as good a deal as you would ever. I would have a hard time selling a house that cheap, to be real honest. Panhandle. Now, so Westy, you're north of it, correct? If I'm not mistaken, the Panhandle's the top left. That is to the left of Georgia, right? Alabama. Oh, there's no houses under 400 here. No. There's only a couple of them under 500. But every one of them are for sale. It's unreal, right? Like there's about to be 30%. There's about to be 16% of the homes for sale here. Watch. And I'm sorry, but it was mandatory Metallica Tuesday. I'm going to mute for a minute because I got a song coming on. Anyone want to join me on some Harvester of Sorrow? All right, traders, it's time to dig into the review. Here we go. Okay, everybody on X.com, it has been one of those mornings that you dream of. Absolutely fantastic. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a look at the 15-minute KISS chart first. Okay, what we have here is we got the 200 simple. Excuse me, we've got the 200 simple. We've got the 20 simple. We've got the 8 EMA, and we've got the 1 SMA. When they fan in the proper hierarchy, it is giving you the direction, the plausible context and trend that we're looking to trade in. So anything after 4 a.m., we're not looking to short. Okay. And now anything now you cannot short, because look at the 15-minute turning into first position right here. Be very, very careful if you're looking to short. This is not the place that you want to do it. Okay. Sell to close, not sell to open. All right. So now this gives us the context and the bias of the morning, right? So let's dive into the 2-minute KISS chart and see if we can find where we're supposed to trade. Good. Okay, so starting here at 4 a.m., perfect, fractal, long, only. So how do we get in? Well, we wait for our patterns to repeat for the entries. Let me show you where my pattern repeated. Niall, watch this. You're going to see it instantly. Does it show up on the screen? Wait. There you go. Niall, do you see where we were looking to enter and where we started to enter? You all should take a snapshot of this picture, of this chart. All over but the crying for the shorts, okay? It was nothing but shorts after 4 a.m. All night long, someone accumulated the hell out of this damn thing. Look at this. Someone accumulated all night long. They said, thank you. Oh. Wait, is it shown? Here, let me move this up a little bit. Look at right here. That's called a liquidity grab / sweep, depending on where it closes. Sweep. If anyone's wondering what a liquidity sweep looks like, and you're wondering, well, he keeps saying liquidity draw and liquidity. Okay, this is a sell side liquidity sweep. Type a Y in the chat if you see this. Type a Y in the chat if you see this, everybody. Okay, you don't have to understand it. You just need to see it. Oops. So there's 100 people in here, something like that, right? Everybody should see this, okay? Not just the people that have blue names. Okay, this right here sparks the whole thing. Well, how come it didn't fall back in? How come it didn't go lower? What's the deal with this thing right here? That's called a liquidity sweep, a sell side liquidity sweep. They swept all the sellers, and they said they went like this. Watch, they went, thank you. And they might have even said it in German, right? Oh, danke, right? Right? Spasiba, right? Okay. Пожалуйста. Spasiba. Oh, good, right? De nada. Por favor. De nada, right? Now, the reason I'm being silly is I want you to never forget, well, that was that one time we saw this pattern, and that was that one time he was talking in foreign languages, and okay, good, perfect. Watch this level. Watch this. And that leads us to where we're at now. Okay. I'm just going to leave it here. Here's my recommendation for those of you that are watching this video on Twitter right now, or X.com. I apologize. Go back and watch the stream from today's session. Mind-blowing information that was given. Okay, editor, please make sure that we have the link to the stream somewhere on the tweet. Thank you. All right, so now let's dive in let's take a look at what actually happened, right? So we start off inside the narrowest range of the last 7 trading days. Let's confirm, right? We started off inside the narrowest range of the last 7 trading days. We had 45 and we needed 47 something, right? So what we're looking for is where we were bound by the Keltner channels until we exploded through the overnight session high. Okay? So now what we're looking for is where can I get in? Because I'm reading the tape. Before I came in at 8. I came in right here at 8 a.m. All right. So then what I'm watching is they're buying it, 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 they're buying it. Okay, so I took a stop out here. Okay, I went short and I took a tiny loss on it. And then, so I took 2 losers. I took 2 losers. I have posted all of my trades in the Discord. We have a free Discord. You can join us. You can check it out. Come hang out. Posted all of my trades. The actual list of my trades today. Yes, I took some losers. Still made 23.88. Yesterday I was small red. When I lose, it's very, very small. When I win, it's nice. It's nice size, right? The most I've lost is about $800 in the past, I'd say, year or so, right? And that was because the power went out twice. Otherwise, I probably would not have lost that money, or I would have made it back, right? So what was my trigger? What was my trigger to start getting long? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Okay? This is what we call the inverted hammer, or a 3-bar play. Little to no follow through. Boom. Outside of narrow range, you've got the RBI here. All right, so now here's where we get into the ICT bagger stuff. Okay, what we have here is a unicorn. What we have is a breaker block engulfing a fair value gap. So when you see a breaker block engulfing a fair value gap, what this really looks like is like a Quasimodo inverted head and shoulders. Watch. Like this. Do you see this pattern right here? So when your order block fails, aka breaks, it becomes a possible breaker block. Do you get it? Order block breaks, breaker block. So then you're watching to see if this becomes this neckline of your inverted head and shoulders becomes your shoulder. It does. It confirms. We started buying around 76.75, 76.50, added at 74.50. Look, the low tick. Oh, the low tick. Oh, the low tick. For the love of the low tick, right? We low tick that biatch. Editor, edit that out. Forgot we're on Twitter. So we have it drawn. Okay. Here's the actual trade. You're to put your stop underneath the breaker block. And this is where you enter. Your fair value gap touched, ran. So now, look, they run it. This is where the 100 level traders would start to enter. Okay, your green overtakes red. And then look at, it's all over but the crying after that. Now, I want to bring in the 15-minute chart because it gives you the perfect entry on the 15 as well. Look at right here. We've got the Oliver Velez RBI. Okay, Oliver Velez RBI. Just Google it. I don't need to explain it. You put your stop here, your entries here. So here's what it looks like. You wait for this bar to close. Here's your entry. Here's your stop. Look at all the targets that get here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so now, here's the thing. We get there's many more trades, right? There's a bunch more, right? Because right here, you've got a fair value gap, comes into the middle of the fair value gap. You've got your median threshold of the fair value gap. They buy it. And they run it again. So if they run it again, what do? Good. You hit targets. Now, what we discussed afterwards was if you take a look at the volume profile, it says be careful when you get to 90. Editor pause. Ninja Trader likes to quit. if we look at the volume profile, we saw that there was a possible place to be very careful. Whoops, let me bring it over. Right here, okay, 95.00 evens before the big drop. So we were up here, they were accumulating, then they dropped it, right? If you look at a market profile, it'll show you this even clearer. Okay, so we have a wick fail. Okay, so now we get right to 95. Literally 95 is the high. Okay, so that would have been our targets. Notice how it's kind of backing off of it after it just touched it, tried to touch it again around 92. All right, we were able to take advantage of that. We were able to be part of this VPOC. We were able to be the person. We were able to purchase that wholesale with the anticipation of selling at a retail price. Business completed, we're done. Okay, inventory depleted, we're out. Let's not make it any more complicated than that. Let's end it right there, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. We're going to be over in the Discord. We have a free Discord every single day. We'll see you on over there. Everybody have a wonderful evening. Good night.